Kilo November 6 Oscar Sierra Knox, Berry Farm calling CQRZ. Good morning, afternoon on a Sunday afternoon.
Excitement going on? Anybody still alive out there?
Nobody's alive, but us chickens out here. K6 West near Knott's Berry Farm.
What's happening over at Knott's Berry Farm? Are the horses broke loose, running all over the place?
Yep, that happened, and got a bunch of chickens out here laying their eggs.
Yeah, that reminds me of the old days. We talked about that. Well, Fred, what's going on? Are you playing radio?
Yeah, have you been in Knott's Berry Farm lately in the last month?
No, I have not. In the last year, as far as 2 years, I think. I don't know when the last time I was there. I know it's been a while.
Well, what they got going on there now is what they used to do in the old days. They have all the police officers now. They got the mounted police over there now.
Oh, okay, so they're not using their security yet. I know that it used to be that police officers, one of our police officers used to work part-time over there. But I don't know if that's still a status or what. You mentioned them on horseback. Okay. Well, with the riots and so forth, or the big fighting going on, I can see the security needs to be beefed up.
Yeah. They can get to the scene of the accident, I guess, faster inside now because you can't drive a car inside there. So they're all on horses now.
Yeah. Yeah, you can move through people, and horses usually kind of scare people a little bit, break them up. Been kind of the plan that they use here in Huntington Beach a while back during our riots. But they found that running the vehicles in there worked a little better.
Works a little better, huh?
Yeah, the quads, the little motorcycle quads, whatever you call them. Anyway, had the three-wheelers, but the three-wheelers were hurting the officers more than the people were, so they finally got rid of all those, sent them to Mexico, and bought the quads, four-wheelers. They're more stable.
Oh, yeah, I remember a couple years ago they had the three-wheelers out where they stood up on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened to those things?
They went to Mexico.
No, I never see them around here anymore, even for the regular person to buy.
Yeah, they donate them to Mexico, the police, federales. For some reason, the Mexican government came up and I guess the money looked pretty good, so they got them.
Wow. Yeah, do they still make parts for them, though?
Parts and everything, whatever parts that we had in the mechanic shop, that went along with it. But yeah. If that's all been used up, but they got enough of them that they probably only needed down in Ensenada for the beaches down there. I think they only needed like 2 or 3 for patrol, and the rest were just used for parts. Yeah, I was involved in some of the stuff that was, we trailered them down there on big flatbeds and took a bunch of them down there when we made the deal, when the city made the deal, I should say. volunteered to go down there with 4 or 5 other guys, and we transported them down there and got rid of them.
Well, did they keep them the same? White, it says police on them and everything, kept them that way or no?
Say that again.
Did they keep them white the way they were down the way I seen them here, and it said police on them? They kept that all on there, the decals, or no?
Sorry about that. We have another. I had to squelch out one of my radios here. No. We had to paint them all white. And when we took them down, no, they did not go down black and white with Huntington Beach on it.
Okay.
I think we job. We don't paint the vehicles anymore. I don't think they paint active at the time. So I think there's still everything's contracted.
Oh, I don't know if somebody keyed down on you, couldn't quite tell, or you got a hum and your radio goes off and on.
Somebody else mentioned that. This FT-847 has 2 fans in it, one in the front, one in the back, and for some reason, one of those fans is probably generating noise, but I haven't been able to figure out which one.
That's on the FT-847, huh?
Yeah, I can probably kill the one in the back. I'm pulling the air through the front, and then the back fan sends it back out. But in the back portion of the room, the way this room is rigged up, I can get behind the equipment. It's built like a closet, so I can get behind the equipment. And I got 2 major fans back there, which is actually set up to blow air on the 4 Motorola's that are sitting up there, so keep those heat sinks. They don't, of course, have fans. They just got a big heat sink, but they got these 2 big fans keeping them cool.
That radio, the 847, will that radio crossband repeat?
It's designed, yes. It was set up for a satellite so that you can work 2 and 6 meters, or 2 meters and 440. Yeah, to answer your question, yes.
It will crossband repeat. I got one of those radios, but I never tried it, whatever. I have an 847. I bought it. I only used it a couple times. Been sitting here all those years. I got one that looks like it just came out of the box.
I just checked. No, it won't repeat. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I used to have one that was set up to repeat to, what did I do, 440? Oh, no, I did it from 150. When I used to go up to Yosemite Park, I wanted to hear the Rangers, so I set the radio up with an outside antenna at the cabin, and then my little walkie-talkie, I had it set up so I could copy the Rangers on 440. So, but this one does not repeat. I was wrong.
Yeah, I got one. That thing is what, 2 meters, 440, 6 meters. Is it 1.2? I don't know.
It is not.
Oh, just those 3 bands.
Yes, exactly.
I don't know why they didn't put 220 in there like the old ones.
Yeah, I've had this thing for quite a while. I don't know if there's one of the radios, 991. There's one of the radios that you could buy the module to plug in there. I'm going to turn down this other radio, the feedback.
Oh, for 1.2, yeah, I got that radio, the H model. I got that one.
Yeah. I was going to get that one, but then I was going to do the satellite. I got to fix the feedback. I can't reach up and get the Motorola that's doing that.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't put like the R model years ago. I don't know why they didn't put 220 in there, 220 sideband. So you've been running your radio. Like I said, I bought it. I only played around with an hour, and You know, and another new model came out, so I just set it aside. But I just took it out of the shack here, you know, where I stored things about a year ago, and set it back on the shelf again. I go, oh, I got one of these radios. Then I remember when I bought it and everything. So then I play around a little bit. I know over there on the left-hand side there where the mic plugs in, where it says power and mic and all that, I noticed that all sets a little bit is different per regular radio, how to set up the squelch and everything.
Yeah, the squelch is next to the speed control, which I never use. I don't use CW. And I'm not proficient at CW. But yeah, when I first got it, and I looked at my budget at the time, how much money I had to build the satellite antenna system, I just couldn't cut it. The main thing was the homeowner, the wife, owns the house. I was fortunate enough to get away with putting up the tower. Then to put up another tower with the satellite Yagis on it with a rotator so I can track the birds as they go here and there. Anyway, when I explained all that to him, showed her pictures of what it looked like, there's no way. Bad enough the tower was there with a bunch of antennas hanging off of it. To put up a satellite system, you know, it would just kind of degrade the neighborhood.
Degrade? Maybe. Who said it degraded it? Who said that?
The neighbors. They were pretty excited when I put up the tower, and they were trying to give me a bad time. But at the time, being part of races and so forth, I had a legitimate right. The city authorized me to put it up, as long as it wasn't over 50 feet.
Okay.
So I was planning on 70 feet. A friend of mine, he went up 70 feet, and the city never bothered him. But I'm close to the heliport, so maybe that was a reason why. I asked the pilots, I said, you guys have a problem when they're flying out over? Because they don't do it anymore, but it used to be, I was in their takeoff pattern.
Oh, that's why. Yeah, you got to get permission from the FFA and everything. And I used to know the rules, how many miles from the airport.
Yeah, me too. Matter of fact, I was conscious of it at the time when I put the tower up. So, but 40 feet, no problem. So the only thing sticking up there is my lightning rod.
You got a lightning rod up in the air?
Yeah, it's a 6-meter coaxial. So it's at the total top. I was going to put a station master up there, but I never got a chance to. It was my station master that I had on my 440 system at the repeater site at the city, and they replaced it with mine was a 10, they replaced it with an 8, thinking I was taking mine. Well, I never bothered to take mine. I moved it to another location. I had to use it there, and it was going to go on my 40-foot tower.
Wow.
And of course, that's UHF. I was going to put the repeater here. I had to try to think of where I was going to, when I had to take the repeater out of the city, mine, I had to try to figure a place where I was going to put it. Well, it wound up in Ventura.
Okay.
So I have a link to it, but the link is down, so, and the people out in Ventura, they're hardly ever on, so there was nobody really to talk to out there.
In Ventura, huh?
Yeah, UHF. Yeah, well, it covered Ventura and covered into the south part of Santa Barbara. Well, there's another system on Tascadero Peak, not Tascadero, what is it? I forget the name of the peak up there in Santa Barbara. Papa system has a system up there, I think. But anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't talk into Santa Barbara anymore anyway.
KN6 West. Boy, it's sure quiet out here today, ain't it?
Yeah, you're the first one I heard pop up. I've been busy all morning doing some other activities inside the house and so forth, but I just walked out here and I heard you pop up there, so I immediately switched over. I'm talking on the 847. It's a lot easier because it's sitting down here next to me, and I got a stand mic so I can just grab the microphone talk. The Motorola with 146.52 is way up at the top. I have to reach up and grab the microphone. It's very inconvenient. So this one's running 60 watts. The other one only runs 25.
Have you listened? I don't know how much you listen down here. Did you hear that jammer 1 or 2 days up here? Just a jamming away, jamming away.
No, I have not.
You haven't heard him? Oh boy.
2 days ago. Hard to say where I was 2 days ago. I can't even remember where I was 10 minutes ago. So. But no. Let me see how you hear me on the Motorola. Stand by.
Okay, standing by, listening on your Motorola. This is Kilo November 6 Oscar Sierra near Asbury Farm. Anybody needs a radio for emergency or non-emergency traffic, please break in now.
KN6 TMJ, how you doing, Fred? This is John.
Yeah, go ahead to the downtown station, downtown LA. We'll get to the other station in a minute. Downtown LA, your radio's working fine. Come on in there, break. Real good there, Jason. You sound real good. We'll be back to you in a minute. The other station, I think it was John. Come on in there.
Hey, Fred, this is John, KN6 TMJ. I was just calling hi because it sounded kind of dead for a little while there. How you doing?
Real good, John. Where are you located at? What city?
Fred, I'm about halfway between Knott's Berry Farm and Disneyland, and not far from you.
Oh, real good, John. You sound real good there, John. Now we gotta go to the other station over there in Huntington Beach, see how he hears you on the transmit receive. I think he went to his Motorola there. The station in Huntington Beach, I forgot your call it, or pick it up on the Motorola. Go ahead there, break. It sounds clear. The audio is clear, but the audio is not as loud as the 847 on the signal. I mean, I can hear every word you're saying. It's clean and clear, but the audio ain't even near 50% loud. You're way louder on the 847. Does that make sense, Break? Oh, is that what's doing it, the filter? Okay. Well, let me have one more test before you do that. Can you talk a little closer, louder to the mic? Let's see what that sounds like with the narrow filter, Break. Oh, that made a big difference. That brought you way up. Okay, that sounds real good. Yeah, just remember, you gotta talk a little louder in that narrow band filter. Go ahead and pick it up, John, KN6 West, Asbury Farm.
Well, guys, there's not much for me to pick up. I'm just working on some antenna stuff. I've got another antenna that I need to replace. We had a pretty good windstorm a while back, and one of my inverted V's over the avocado tree at 35 feet broke in half. So it was strange because I had bungee cord on it. It should have taken the shock, but I might have had a branch break in the tree or something. So I'm trying to repair it now.
Well, I got a comment on that. I used to use bungee cords back in the old days. What I like better is getting another little rope on a little pulley and put a little weight on it. That'll keep the antenna taut all the time, and make it pretty long. So as the wind blows, it can move like 3 or 4 feet on that pulley, and you won't break them again.
Yeah, it's strange you say that. I've got 6 or 8 of those pulleys from Palomar Engineering, so I might just do that. I'll steal your idea.
Another thing, it don't take as much weight as you think. I've been playing around with different weights. A pound is too much. What you want to do is set about a half a pound of weight on there. What I use, it works real good, is diver weights. Go to the dive shop to buy a half-pound diver weight. That works perfect. Drill a hole through the lead to get the lead weights. Drill a hole through, push a rope through that lead weight there, and bingo, you're done. I had mine up here for a couple years. Never had a problem. The wind can blow back and forth. Mine's hooked to a tree. The tree can go sway back and forth. My pulley goes up and down, keeps the antenna tight all the time. The SWR stays the same all the time because the antenna is taut. I went up to a pound, but then it won't move as much in the trees. It's just too much weight for it. So, when I first did it, if I need a lot of weight, you don't need that much weight. Just a little bit of weight.
Roger that. I'll just use some of my rockfish weights. They're probably 8 or 10 ounces. That should be fine, and they already have a loop in them, so I'll use those.
Right, it don't take that much. Okay. Now we're going to continue. The station in downtown LA, downtown. Go ahead there. I don't know if you were mobile. I think you were mobile. Downtown LA, break. I guess he went away. Any other stations out there like to join in? Test your radio or not? Mercy or non-Mercy traffic, please break in now. KN6 West Knott's Berry Farm. I guess everybody went away there. Anyway, that's what I do. You can play around with the weights. A big mistake I made the first time, I didn't allow enough on the pulley. So if you make it 3 feet long, that tree ain't going to move more than 3 feet, I guarantee it. Maybe it only probably moves 1.5 feet. You need at least 1.5 feet when it's swaying back and forth, So because if you got it too tight, you'll break it again. So I start out with 3 feet. That should be max. Put a pulley on there. Don't put too much weight on it. Just a little bit of weight, enough to keep the antenna taut. And as the tree moves, go out there and look at it. The next time you got wind, you'll see the pulley go up and down, and it keeps your antenna nice and taut. So your SWR will be all the same all the time.
Yeah, roger that. The shock cord I had on there moved about 6 feet, so I'm gonna put a little more movement on there. This tree is probably 50 years old, avocado tree. They don't normally get this big from what I hear, but this thing's at least 35 foot at the top. And I have another antenna there that had similar to what you're saying, a weight on one side, but didn't have the pulley. It just goes over a fulcrum, and it moved that piece. It's actually, it's got a small rake holding it, and it actually pulled it over the shed. So I'm going to put a little more on there than 3 feet. This tree really sways in the wind.
All right, well, I've just been thinking about my system again because I put it up there and forgot about it. I have a pulley on mine here, if you just thought about it. I have a pulley on mine on both ends. So maybe mine moves as a 6 feet because I got 3 feet on each end. And I never had a problem. I forgot about it. I got a pulley on both ends. Right there where it comes out of the ham shack, I've designed a pulley there with a little weight. Then it goes all the way up to the top of my chimney on a pole, down to a pulley there. And then it goes way back in the backyard over to a tree with a pulley. And then I got a weight on the end of that.
Yeah, roger that. That's a good idea because I really bought the pulleys for a loop that's going to go up on top of the house, but I've only got 2 of the 3 supports up, so I'm not quite there yet, and I've got plenty of those pulleys And they actually are pretty nice. They're made to hook to something with a carabiner on one side, and then of course the wheel is probably nylon or another polymer, so it's non-conductive. So I'll use that. Thanks for the idea.
Yep.
John, what kind of radio are you using and power of the radio that you're putting out?
Well, I'm actually on a Yaesu 991A at about 40 watts right now. I can go up another 10 on this radio, but I think it's the antenna that helps. I've got a GP9N with LMR 400, and it's currently at about, I think the base is at about 20 feet, and it's an 18-foot antenna. It's going to go up another 10 foot as soon as I get the guide wires fixed.
Roger that. Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, you were fast key. I was ready key, and I caught you in it. I unkeyed real quick. Now I forgot what I was going to say. Now, anyway, I know what I was going to say. I bought very small pulleys. You don't have to buy a big one. I got a little itty-bitty one. I bought it from West Marine. It's what they use on the sailboats. And I bought the one with the needle bearings in it. And it's like what you said, a caribou, whatever you call it, with a swivel. The swivel's on the head and everything. And non-conductive, and they're pricey. They're not cheap. But I wanted to put something there that didn't rust, and I wanted to put something up there a couple years I didn't have to go up there and change the pulley again. So I put one of those you use off of a sailboat. It's got carbon fiber, nylon pulley, needle bearing, swivel on top, and it's just a little itty-bitty pulley I bought. I think at the time I bought it over, it's like $35, but they were good. Don't everybody talk at the same time now, KN6 West.
26 BRP. Yeah, his audio is nice and clean, Fred. That's why I was asked a question. And, of course, he's running power, so he's looking right at him. I guess he's your neighbor, not that far away from you. Back to you.
Well, you talk about my audio is very clean, too, also, over, break?
It's a little scratchy, but I think it's your voice, not the audio is good. Just key your mic and don't say anything.
How's that?
Perfect. Now you got good clean signal there. Yeah, it's you. But that's okay. My voice is kind of scratchy too because I'm hearing myself coming back, and I can tell it's changed. But I'm old.
Well, I'm old too. Yeah, maybe I can hear my voice. I'm a little scratchy there. Okay, that helped a little bit. Okay. The rig here is a 9700 ICOM. I'm running a choke on the microphone. I'm running chokes on the DC side of the back of the radio. I'm running a choke on the ground. It's grounded to the radio to my bus bar. I'm running chokes on the power supply Astron 70 on the AC side. Chokes, big donut chokes, two of them wrapped together. And I'm running big chokes on the power supply to the DC side, running number 6-gauge wire to my distribution center over here with it's all choked up. And then I got chokes on the coax cable on both ends on the radio side and over to the antenna. And then on the antenna, I'm running 45 feet number 6-gauge wire radio kit to my radios up above. And then down below the counterpoise is 3,000 feet of number 14-gauge wire counterpoise running LMR 600 to the antenna, which is only 25 feet long. But my house is an extra tall 2-story, so right here I'm on the second story. I'm up at 25 feet. So then it's 25 feet to my antenna, to the base is 50 feet. But yet my coax cable is very short. It's only 25 feet long. QSL?
Sounds pretty good. This is HF you're referring to. I don't see the reason for chokes at 2 meters, so you're referring to HF.
No, I got it here on 2 meters too, and 2 meters NHF. I got everything choked up. All my computers choked up. I was talking to Alex about 2-3 years ago, and we found out one of the lights in my shack, one of the lamps, that when I keyed up, it was putting noise on my transmission on the key up. So I got rid of that lamp and got a different lamp. I was shocked. I couldn't hear it. It was only on when I keyed up. And it was putting RF on my signal. That was weird, but anyway, we got rid of that. RF's really weird. No, so I got everything choked up, all the computers. So then I choked up my routers, all my internet, choked that up. That brought up my internet speed, made it work better. Never had no more computer problems. I choked that all up. So I choked up my fridge. I got everything in this house choked up.
Okay. Well, other than that, sounds good. I guess you're not having any problems. The only chokes I have is on the cable coming to the framework, and I'm not running. When I ran a lot of power in HF, I had it actually set up for that particular problem, but never did. And the neighbors never complained. They just kind of stand out there and stare at the antenna, the tower. Kind of reminds me of that movie that was out, space movie. It was 2001, and the monkeys were standing there and dancing around the antenna. That's what goes on here.
So I saved every choke box that I got, every one. And I lined them all up and everything, and to choke up my house and choke everything up one by one. And I even did my stereo system too. It's choked up. I only spent $2,000 on chokes.
Wow. I don't think I spent that much. It's probably about $50. Yeah, I got a good deal on them. John, are you back? Did you go away?
No, I'm a fairly new ham. I've only been a ham since March, so I'm learning a lot, and I've started to put chokes on certain things, and the only one I've really noticed on the HF antennas, I use a choke before they come into the shed, and they're all lined up so I can see if there's a problem. But I actually hooked a choke up to the LMR before it came in the shack, and I noticed an improvement on 2 meter and 440. I didn't expect that to happen, but the higher the antenna goes, of course, the 25 foot of LMR 400 is getting shorter and shorter, so I ran it to a choke just outside the shack, and then another piece of LMR into the radio, and I've noticed a difference. Of course, as the antenna gets higher, it could be that as well.
Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, that's what I did. I choked up, my S meter reading here on 2 meters and the 2 meter sideband, it don't even read an S1 on the noise.
Well, 2 meter and 440 aren't the ones that I have trouble with noise. There are a couple bands. What's the band at 5? Is that I've never been on 5 because I don't have the privilege, but that band seems like it's entirely noise. I don't know what that is.
Oh, you mean 60 meters?
Yeah, the one that's channelized. I mean, whenever I have never tried to tune an antenna. I just went to receive, and the noise floor is at least S4.
Oh, okay. I talk on those frequencies. I never paid much attention to have that much noise. It's different. There's only a couple people I talk to. It's quiet up there. You can talk pretty long range up there. You don't need much power up there.
Well, I'm studying for general, and I just don't have the privilege, so I haven't really worried about it. It's just, and I haven't worked at, getting rid of the noise either because I'm not transferring. Any suggestions? It just seems noisier than to all the other bands that I listen to.
Okay, first question. Are you running a ground? Second question, are you in a two-story or single-story? Where's your radio located at? Upstairs or downstairs? I got more questions. Let's go with those first.
No, it's a single-story tile roof. The shack is, within 25 foot of the end of the antennas. I do have other antennas I use in the backyard just for fun, testing out 10 meters. Really don't have any of those noise floors except for the one band.
Do you have a ground rod in the ground now?
Yes, sir. I do have a ground. The antenna system up on the roof for the 2 meter and 70 centimeter, it's actually attached to a cast iron drain system in this old house, and it must be acting as a ground because the minute it was hooked to that ground system, the noise floor dropped, everything dropped, SWR, it's down near 1 on most of the band for 2 meter, and 440 is just slightly higher.
Okay, the ground rod you got in the ground, the wire or strap you got hooked to that ground rod come up to your shack. Is that a flat strap or is that a round wire?
No, that's a flat strap. It's to a bar on the inside, and then the radios are also grounded to that. I'm looking at hooking another ground outside on the other side of the shack for the antenna system. Right now, those are not hooked to that same ground rod. They're hooked to that cast iron system. And as I said, that's the old pipe system that's not really used in this house anymore. Everything was converted to copper and a different plumbing system. So those old cast iron pipes are hooked up probably to city water or somewhere thereabouts.
Okay, so your ground rod coming in the shack. You got a grounding bar in the shack, right? What is a grounding bar? Is it round or flat?
No, it's flat.
And then from the flat grounding bar, you have another a flat strap going to the radio?
No, those are round. I haven't got to putting the flat strap on those yet.
Okay, let's go flat strap. I'm just trying to get, get down to the detail of your grounding, because the average ham, a lot of this stuff, it might not seem so important, but sometimes you get RF sneaking in there and you wonder where it's coming in from, and it's hard to get it out. Another thing is you got to make sure all your radios are grounded to the same bar in the shack, so you don't get what they call a ground loop.
Yeah, no, I've read about that, and I've pretty well got that part done. It's just the other ground that I'm thinking about putting on the other side. I haven't been able to determine the pipes for the sprinkler system. It wouldn't be the end of the world if I had to dig them up, but I was trying to miss with the ground rod, and I think the only way I can miss those is to actually drill through the slab, very similar to the one outside my shack, so I may have to do that again.
You got a Hilti drill bit?
Oh yeah, I think you and I talked about that once before. Yeah, I've got a pretty good hammer drill, and I've gone through 3 or 4 bits. Luckily the concrete is basically sidewalk, so it's not, it might be 4 inches thick, and there isn't any rebar in there that I've found. So then I take a small auger bit and drill down as far as I can before I have to start pounding that rod in.
You want to be careful putting copper ground rod in concrete.
Yeah, is that for the purpose of corrosion, or what would that reason be?
It would that erosion and so forth, but for some reason it has some kind of a, I forgot what it is. I made a mistake doing that on a commercial site, and my partner come up and says, "Oh no, you don't want to do that." So we had to drive another ground rod. We had a tower, and the tower was in concrete, and I put the rod in there, and he disapproved of that. Right offhand, I can't remember the reason. Might be what you just said, but I put the ground rod on the outside of the concrete, and it was much better.
Well, and that's the only reason I haven't done that, because as you get more outside the concrete, that's where the piping system to the, whatever that's called, the valve control system. So there's pieces of pipe under there that are going in all directions. So I may have to dig that up just so I can see where it's at.
Yeah, you have to play around with it. Go ahead, Fred.
Real good. Let me see what else there. Yeah, so you got to pay attention, really attention to all those little details on that grounding there so you don't get a ground loop. What kind of power supply are you running? The name of it? There you go. Good power supply. Describe in detail how you hooked it up. The original wire that came with the radio. So I'm taking that you hooked that up to the radio. The original wire came with that radio to that power supply. Is that what you did?
Well, kind of. I've taken that wire, wrapped it around a ferrite loop until I took up all the slack, and then I ran it to the back of the Astron.
Okay. Did you cut any wire off?
Affirmative. I took off about, 3 or 4 feet. I looped it around the ferrite, and the ferrite was a pretty large diameter. It's like 2.25 on the inside diameter. And once you went around that about 9 times, then I had how much ever was left, and I cut off that extra. Perfect, yeah.
Yeah, it takes about 2.5 feet. I used to know exactly a wire just to go through that 2 1/4 donut. I call it a donut. And then the access wire you cut off because otherwise you got a little line loss. You got a little line loss going there. So what you should do if you want to get down to details, if you have a digital voltmeter, put it behind your Astron power supply without keying up and write those numbers down, and then get right behind your radio and then write those numbers down. And if you got more than a volt difference, then you need a bigger wire.
Well, I've been looking at that, and the Yaesu, it uses that darn 6-pin plug. There's got to be a better way of doing that. I just haven't looked at that. I'm only running, 50 watts on 2 meter and 100 watts on HF. And really all I'm doing right now is 10 meter, but the radio really performs well.
Yeah, you got the 991 Alpha?
Affirmative. I've got the 991 Alpha, but I'm not using it for HF right now. That was the antenna. So it's hooked to a receive antenna, but I don't want to transmit through that antenna. I do have a DX10 as well, and that's usually my HF rig.
Okay. Because you can run Fusion on that, or you haven't run Fusion yet.
No, I have, and I've been learning it. I've got a Zoom spot in the house, and my first C4 FM was somebody's repeater up on Mount Baldy, I believe, and without thinking and not knowing enough about it, it worked fine, and then I thought, let's change rooms. Well, the idiot that I am, I've changed the rooms on his spot. So So that's why I've now bought a Zoom spot so I can change rooms in my own location here.
What kind of microphone, John, are you using real quick?
This is a Heil PR781.
Of course it is. Yeah, that audio. The radio sounds really great. Really impressed. Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, real good. Yeah, I've been playing around with Fusion on HF on the 991 Alpha and the 10-meter band. That's quite interesting.
Well, you know who got into Fusion just recently is Dale, Zulu Gulf Radio, and he and I did sideband Simplex digital, and it seemed to work fine.
Yeah, it does. I helped him out with his radio kit. He sounds pretty loud, huh?
No, he does. And the one thing I'm a bit confused with this GP9 up there, it has the 3 ground plane radios that stick out of the antenna. But in listening to you, you've added other radios. But the slope of the roof, what does that do to the radios?
It changes the pattern a little bit. Yeah, you can hang them out. They claim it works better hanging them out. I've got mine just hanging straight down, but they claim you hang straight out. But to me, that was extra labor, extra work, extra rope, because like mine are not solid radios, they're wire radios. So I just let them hang down. I talk all the way to Mexico, Simplex, so hey, how much further do I want to talk?
Well, I've listened to you with the gentleman in Mexico, and I can receive him, but I never interrupted the conversation. I don't think I could make it down that far. You're running more wattage than I am. I'm only running 50 watts.
I have no problem talking down there at 5 watts. Once your radio's set up, I ran tests on that too with Lou up there in Sherman Oaks, KN6OS. And me and him, and he got a radio kit. I told him how to design and build it. And me and him talked back and forth on this frequency here, Simplex, on 1 watt.
Well, I guess if you've got your antennas high enough, I know that can happen. I talked to a gentleman that was up on Mount Waterman, on the backside of Mount Waterman, and he was on a handy-talkie at, 5 watts. And he and I had a nice conversation, and he was basically Simplex, and it's pretty amazing if nothing's in the way.
Right. Well, what I'm trying to show everybody here in amateur radio, set up your station, get a ground. All the steps that I talk about, one step does not make your radio real loud. It's a combination of all the steps. The power supply, the voltage drop from the power supply to the radio, the coax cable, the grounding, the radio. It's all these, I call them little baby steps. All these little baby steps put together will make your radio transmit and receive. I even key up the repeaters in Mexico from here, and I don't run no amplifier. I have a beam. It's down. I made it years ago, so I'm putting my beam back up again. So now I'm even going to talk even further, but that wasn't my point. The point was how far I could talk with a ground plane, showing other people how to build up their station and make it work better. QSL?
Yeah, roger that. I do like, there's a group that meets on, I think you've gone to it before, I think it's 144, 250 sideband, 2 meter, and talked to a lot of those guys, and you know, some of them are pretty opinionated, and I've kind of taken what they've said, and I listen to you a lot, but I still don't understand. You know, I do know that water pipe system, but if I hang radials down from that antenna, are you hanging them down from the outside casing, or are you taking it up? Where would you hang radials down from that?
KN6 West, I just hang it down my pole. Yeah, I started that group on 2-meter sideband 144.250, and everybody's entitled to their opinion, I grant you that. But this is my opinion, and this is a fact. There ain't nobody out there is out talking me on 144.250 with their opinions. Name me one person that can talk and receive further than me how they got their station up with their opinion. So I'm looking at that. To me, their opinion don't count because they're not out talking me and they're not out receiving me.
Oh, I know. That's a fact. But they have a lot of opinions on the audio settings, on the radios, and they tend to overdrive the mics and the radios. They get a little distortion in there, and I'm looking for clean signal, and I'm getting there. I'm pretty much there on FM or sideband 2 meter, but I've got a ways to go on the HF. These radios have parametric equalizers built into them, and you know what happens if you're booming a lot of bass out on your radio. You're just wasting power because it's not going anywhere.
Right. Yeah, we run a little hot audio there, but the hot audio is when band conditions get bad and there's a lot of noise, you're going to have to get over that noise. So they're, they know that. They play around with the audio a lot, and that's what we're doing. That's what we do on that frequency. We do a lot of testing. A lot of that, 95% is all testing out there we do to make your radio sound better. So you can't do that too much testing out here because your whole QSO, if you're not sounding good, the other person goes away. But over on the other frequencies, that's what we do. We do a lot of testing, help everybody's radio improve. And we talk about other subjects there, but helped a lot of people doing a lot of radio testing there, undergrounding, and a lot of people had RF, and everybody had a different issue. Everybody had a different problem. But we've eventually got them all worked out.
No, I do know that the community has been very helpful. I've learned so much in a short period of time. It's actually motivated me to start studying for the general. I've made quite a few contacts on 10 meter. Heck, I still make contacts on 11 meter. So 10 meter has been relatively easy to catch. Panama, the East Coast, mostly in the South. That must be my antennas working a little better there, or maybe there's just more people in the South on 11 meter. I don't know, but I'm starting to make contacts all the way up to Canada. I've got one antenna that basically goes north and south, and really enjoy it. I did make a contact from the backyard on a little 20-watt QRP radio for Germany. Now that antenna was pointed over the North Pole, so that was really fun. And yet that antenna has trouble making it to San Francisco, so it just must be where the skip goes.
Real good. Huntington Beach, John, you got a comment?
Well, I thought it was kind of interesting. John, what number do you use on CB? And are you operating at 27385 channel 18? Or what is it, 4038? Channel 38, I think. Whatever 27385 is.
Yeah, that's channel 38, lower sideband. I've got a nice little radio. I actually have one in the garage. I bought it in an estate sale, and it'll put out 200 plus, but I think I'm going to sell that. I just don't do CB very much, and the one in my car does just fine. I can make contacts when it's open. Of course, you've got those guys putting out thousands of watts, and they go plus 40, so it's a short QSO. It's just basically, hi, how you doing, and that's about it.
Yeah, roger that. I was fixing up a CB radio for my nephew, and listening around up there on some of the sideband, and then I think I recognize your voice. Okay, very good. Fred, take it up.
Yeah, KN6 was. I had an interesting QSO the other day. I don't know if you ever talked to Tony, the one that flies the airplane. He's on 2 meter sideband. Once in a while he's here. And his other brother lives there in Fullerton. And his brother was on a base in Fullerton talking to his brother over there in Catalina Airport on the airport runway. And it was a little scratchy. And I got on there in my backpack. And me and him had a QSO going back and forth. And I've got a backpack. And we had a real good cue. So what I was trying to show the brothers, which they didn't know, I have a radio kit in my backpack, and those radio wires I got in my backpack, I out-talk a lot of base stations. I talk all the way on this frequency here to the high desert on a backpack and in my bicycle, and some base stations can't do that. And that to me, I get a lot of people's attention. A lot of people don't believe me, so I took it to the Catalina breakfast here a week or two ago. I showed everybody my backpack.
I believe you.
And who believes in me? Who made that comment?
K6, Jacuzzi here. I guess I'm speaking to Little Saigon, Daryl.
No, that's Dale. No, Little Saigon, that's Dale. I'm Fred. I'm the Knott's Berry Farm.
Knott's Berry Farm.
Yeah, you heard of me. I got chicken and eggs over there. All you're going to get at Dale over there is rice patties.
Yeah, have you ever flown into Catalina on the airport?
Yes, I have. I'm a pilot.
Oh, is that right? I didn't know that. So am I. I've flown. It's a real tricky, it's a tricky approach.
Yes, it is, because you think you don't see the end of the runway there. Yeah, I flew T6s. You know what a T6? I took aerobatic training in a T6.
Wow, that's pretty incredible, man. Oh, I didn't realize you went back so far. You know, I think I went in there, the first time I went in there was with a celebrity and movie star. He had a twin engine Aero King, and I couldn't believe it. I was actually a little nervous, to be honest. I think you have to call in and get the wind directions. I think the cliff is like, 500 feet above sea level. And then I've flown in with a Cessna 172 and a Bonanza. We had an early Bonanza, and I don't want to do that again.
Anyway, they make a new airplane. I don't know if you flew it. They make also 172 SP.
Wow, that's incredible, man. Not many people get to experience that. I think they consider that one of the most dangerous airports in the world.
No, I know one. It's a little bit. I flew into Sedona. You ever hear about the Sedona? That's a plateau on top of a mountain. It's got fall-offs on both sides.
Yeah, well, my buddy flies in there all the time in his Cherokee. And, oh yeah, I've started to charge. I've wanted to fly in there. Never done that. There's, I'm sure you have simulators and all that stuff. I'm not flying much anymore, but, yeah, it's a great experience, man. I have dreams occasionally.
Yeah, they're over there in Sedona on the runway there, in the middle of the runway, but on the end of the runway, because on the cliff, they got a windsock on each side of that runway.
I didn't know that, and I thought the runway was like something like 800 yards, something, 800, I forget the length. It's not very long at all. So you have to flare that puppy. My buddy knows how to land on Sonora.
Yeah, I've been in there. I flew a 177 Cardinal.
Wow, that's incredible, man. Durham, right?
No, it's Fred. That airport, you always take off with flaps. Always take off with flaps.
Oh, of course. People don't understand any of that, especially at altitude with a little bit of weight. I've investigated. I've been part of an investigated crashes, poked through the sites of a crash. A lot of people don't realize that they got passengers, heavy weight aboard. If you're flying out from a high altitude, you've really got to measure everything out. I personally, in my my personal opinion, I dump everything. I lighten it out. I don't want to have any kind of weight. I want to be able to maintain immediate altitude.
Yeah, when I fly up there, no more than 2 people in the airplane, because you got high density altitude working against you and the temperature.
Yeah, that has a lot to do with it. Yeah, I lost some friends up there in Mammoth, at the Mammoth airport. They crashed into the mountain, 2 nurses that I knew, and I was so disappointed in the pilot's heads up, the way he looked at everything. He shouldn't have even taken off, really, to be honest with you. The temperature was dropping, winds were from the south to the west, to the north, and he hit the mountainside.
You couldn't get enough left, huh?
Well, I have no idea, only because we couldn't recover any of that. I actually went to the mountainside and recovered the part of the instrument panel brought to the, FAA, and apparently he just wasn't able to gain altitude. The plane was too heavy. He was overloaded, full of fuel. It's not the way to go.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a big mistake, overload fuel. You've been better off to take off with half a tank, fly somewhere else, re-land at a lower altitude and top off the airplane again. Anyway, a lot of people have KN6 West, a lot of runway accidents over the years, not lately, but going back 15, 20 years ago there in Big Bear Lake. Well, Big Bear Lake now, what they got at the end of the runway, because I don't know if you've been flying lately, what they got there now, they have a digital thing in red showing the high density altitude, reading it out in feet. To remind you, when the temperature gets up to 100 degrees up there, 90 degrees, and you're looking at the sign at the end of the runway getting ready to take off, and it's reading you the high density altitude. Kind of gets you to rethink again your figures.
Oh, copy that. Totally, man. You're in my total mind thing. I'm not flying much anymore at 80 years old.
Well, I'm 74.
Do you fly?
Yeah.
Wow, that's incredible. You have your own plane?
No. Used to back in the old days. Had a Centurion 210T.
Wow, that's a great. What model, Cherokee?
No, 210T turbocharged.
Wow, that's a great plane.
It's fast. Very fast. Yeah. I can fly down here to Phoenix, hour, 55 minutes.
Wow, that's cool. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that much anymore. To be honest with you, well, first, it's so expensive with fuel and the whole thing, fuel inshallah. I find planes, though. I just found myself a Bonanza, which I'm in love with, the early Bonanzas. I had a Bonanza V-tail, an early one, the H model. It was fuel injected. They don't, it had to be certified, so it was a fuel injected V-tail, and that puppy was wonderful. It was like a fighter plane, man.
What is your name? Where do you live at? KN6 West, the name is Fred.
Yeah, Fred, I'm here above Cal State LA. I think we've talked together. I'm above Cal State LA here in LA. The call sign is K6JQZ. I'm in the book, look me up. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know you were a pilot. I didn't know you flew. I've had some interesting experiences, back in the day.
Yeah, I remember talking to you now. Now I remember you saying Cal State up there. I remember talking to you a couple months ago. I think we talked 2 or 3 times. Now I remember I talked to so many people. Here, there, all over. unless I talk to you on a daily basis, I'll remember your call and name, but I remember the location. I remember talking to you. I remember the conversation, talking to you. You put a very good signal out there.
Oh, that's pretty interesting because I've shut all the other radios down. The radio that I used on the 2-meter thing was an old restored 90s radio, but I think the PLs went out on it. So I'm back on the V71. I really don't know what antenna I have. I think maybe I'm running on the stick on the roof. So thank you for the signal report. You're the first person that's come back and told me that I got a strong signal. And always good hearing you, man. Always good. And thank you very much.
Hold on, don't go away. The station in Huntington Beach, you want to talk to him up there and talk about his audio? Go ahead, John.
I can't hear anyone else. I can't hear it, Fred. I can't hear anyone else.
Oh, I'm the only one you can hear up there?
Correct.
There it goes again. I'm showing everybody they got to have a good round radio kit. Anyways, let me tell you a good story there. When I was flying many years ago, I came down to Long Beach on 25 right. It's 256 now because of the magnetic change out of the Earth. Anyway, I came down there, and that's when I was a student pilot, and I was coming 10 knots over my airspeed, and I floated all the way down that runway. The plane didn't want to come down, so I had to do a go around and came back, and then I talked to my instructor. I said, why? He said, go read your book there a little bit. So I was up there studying that book all night long. Next night along there, I came down and landed that airplane like 350 feet. So I got down to, what I really learned about airplanes, you go over your airspeed coming down, or you will float down that runway.
Wow. Well, you're lucky. I've had 2 off-field landings, quote unquote. And I think I woke up in the hospital on the last one, and thank God that the airport was real cool. We didn't have to report it to the FAA because it becomes an incident report. It was off the runway. The wind, you shouldn't be landing in 35 mph crosswinds, and that's what we were dealing with. There were gusts, and it pushed the right wing off and landed in the field. By the way, my first experience flying, my father worked for Grumman and was a engineer for some of the aircraft companies, and he was a certified to work on planes. And we were at a private airport when I was 11 years old, and I think he was working on a Air Command or something like that, Air Cobra, something like that. And the engine was hot, so it left me in the airplane. So all I had to do was just kick over the thing, and the prop started up. So the plane started to move forward, and I went off the runway into the field, and the prop hit the ground, and the plane stalled. So I guess that was my first flying experience at 11 years old.
I forgot what is your name up there again?
The first name is Brian, but they call me Jacuzzi. The call sign is K6JQZ, but they call me Jacuzzi. I'm on the repeaters. I haven't turned the radio on much at all. It's always fun listening to you, man. Fred, always good. Great stories, a great energy. How old are you?
74. Do you hear me talking into Mexico? Could you hear Mexico stations coming in or no?
Well, not on this rig. Not at all. I'm about to redo all of my rigs, and but this rig is working okay. The V71. You're telling me the signal's coming in great. That's all I need to know. your location is where? Riverside?
No, I'm here by Knott's Berry Farm. You're 10 over S9. Yeah, hold on there, Brian. Any other station out there? Any other station out there? Anybody could hear Brian out there break?
He's good here in Huntington Beach, 10 over.
Yeah, go ahead there, Keith. Talk to Brian. He don't hear everybody out here. Go ahead, see if you can work Brian.
Portable, do you copy?
Okay, that's a mobile they're calling you, Brian. He hears you in a mobile.
Yeah, in and out. It's difficult to complete copy. He's mobile, that's why. Where is he? What's the location?
Long Beach, portable, mobile.
He said Long Beach portable mobile.
Yeah, it's marginal. Has to be marginal.
Well, at least you can hear him. You got your radio kit. You at least can hear him. If you had a little bit of open grounding that thing, you probably could do it there, Keith. Any other station out there that like to talk to your jacuzzi up there, up in the hills there, North Hollywood?
W6BR.
Go ahead, work them.
Yeah, Brian, do you copy W6BRP? The name is Bravo Uniform Charlie Q.
Down. What's your call sign again? This is K6JQZ. I can hear you pretty clear. What's your location?
Huntington Beach. And you're about a 9. You were full whiting, but all of a sudden you dropped down to a 9, so I don't know what happened there. And the antenna's up 40 feet, so 3-element Yagi pointing right at you. I work a lot of packet stations at Old Mountain, so you're right in the line.
Wow, you're doing great. I have no way of measuring your signal strength except for the bars on the V71, but you're coming in what I would figure about an S8, something like that. And great signal. Huntington Beach. I was living down there when I first came to LA. What part of Huntington Beach?
In the Huntington Harbor area.
Very cool. What kind of antenna do you have?
It's a 3-element Yagi. As I say, it's up about, not quite 40 feet. I'm wrong about that. 35 feet.
Wow, you're doing great here. I've got a stick. I think I'm on the tri-band, diamond tri-bander, and I've got to replace all the coax. It's about time to replace all the coax on all my antennas. But being at 80 years old, I'm not supposed to climb on the roof, quote unquote. I'm waiting for my buddy to get over here. I'm going to coax everything, I think.
I got you beat 84.
You're 84?
Yes, sir.
Wow, you sound young, man. Well, how the hell can you interpret somebody's age with the way they're speaking? But, you know, dementia sets in.
Yeah, I never grew up. I stayed 30 all my life. What do you think, Fred? W6BRP, back to Fred.
Oh, good. No, go ahead and work him. I worked him enough. I want you guys to work him. Give him a comment on his audio, because I gave him a comment on tell him what you think about his audio. There, back to you.
Yeah, I'm not in the big swing. I'm a rotor.
No, but how's Jacuzzi's audio sound to you?
Oh, it sounds good. Yeah, not as clean as John's audio. John, that Heil mic really makes a difference. I didn't get what model it was, but I'm not familiar with Heil. I met, what's his name, Heil? I met him at a show, but anyway, I looked at all his merchandise, so I know there's different microphones out there. Okay, Brian, I can't say the other name that you mentioned, but I'll use Brian. Back to K6JQC in Los Angeles.
Yeah, you know, I've got to learn to back away from this mic. I'm using the standard Kenwood mic, but I have mostly Motorola equipment here, and the Motorola mics, sometimes you have to put a little closer to your mouth, so I've got to learn to speak a little more distance from this microphone here. And thanks for the audio report. This mic is fine. I've got a couple of mics I'd like to play with, but if this is working, why mess with it? That's my opinion.
Yeah, most of my radios are Motorola. I used to work for them. They're all later models out of commercial units. Okay, very good. And copied the aircraft stories. That's good. So, let's see. I wonder if John is still out there. John?
Yeah, I just came back. I was doing a couple, getting ready for work on Monday, doing some wash, so I just got back to the radio.
Yeah, I sure like that audio. John, do you copy, I'll call him Brian, K6JQC up in LA?
Well, he'll have to, I was away from the radio, so I don't know if I've heard him or not.
Go ahead, Brian. You're talking to John. I forgot to write his call sign down, KN6 something, but go ahead, Brian. What happened to K6JQC? Go ahead.
Hey, Jacuzzi, where'd you go?
Oh yeah, back to the refrigerator to get a brewski. I'm actually multitasking. It's time for me to prep dinner, actually, and I'm overloaded with food, believe it or not. And I'm kind of multitasking because I'm an artist, I'm a painter, and some of my stuff is drying really strange. I'm an oil painter, and I gotta pay attention to it, so excuse me if I break. I'll speak to you guys a little later. I gotta concentrate on this K6JQZ. Nice talk to you guys.
Take care. Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, Jacuzzi, check in anytime. We like to hear you. We got to keep you active up there. Check in all the time there, Jacuzzi. Anyway, that was a nice contact. He checked in there, and I don't know if you guys can hear him. Anyway, KN6 was back to you, John.
Yeah, I was hearing him just fine. He's plus 30 at least, and you guys are over plus 60. The radio doesn't go that high. Once I get my antenna a little higher, I'll probably be able to go a little bit further, but this is good for now.
K6OS. Well, there's an old saying, height is might. I know what you're talking about. But also you got to consider, at these frequencies, the higher you go, the more line loss you got. So you got to, it's a balancing act there.
Yeah, I'm not running LMR 400. Wish I was, but I got 213 military spec, and I got about 2,000 feet of it for nothing. So why not?
Right. On my antenna, I'm running LMR 600 right now as we speak. LMR 600. And I listen to guys down in Mexico. Guys in Mexico are only running 20 watts. I can hear them. I like what I did.
Sounds good to me. Go ahead, John.
Well, I can hear the guy in Mexico, and I think where I'm at and where you're at, and the way the coast sweeps away from us, I think it's a straight line to them over the water, so I think that's why they can hit us with 20 watts.
Right, but not everybody can hear Mexico. There's pros and cons on that. Well, the con on it is Big Bear is on 147.330. That's the Big Bear machine. But what also is happening in Mexico, they have a repeater on 147.330. So when they key up their repeater, I hear it over here. Yeah,
roger that. There's a a club with a gentleman I know from HRO that is in Downey, and I'll listen in on their nets and check in. The problem is Santa Barbara has a net on the same frequency, and I don't hear them normally because I'm shielded out by, Mount Wilson in the mountains. But when they link that repeater with Santa Cruz Island, even though it's 100 miles away, I hear it like it's next door, and it really interrupts their nets, and I wish they would change frequencies, but it's only when they pull that other repeater in, and of course then it's line of sight to us.
Right. Keith, are you still in there in the Mobile? Keith while ago was there in the Mobile. I don't know if you guys heard him or not. Keith in Long Beach there.
Yeah, I did hear him, but I think he's gone. You know who I am, don't you, Fred?
No, tell me.
Because you kept calling me John, and John was picking it up. That's okay, Fred. That's all right. Pass the buck.
Is Tom?
Pass the buck.
Pass the buck?
Little Saigon, where are you? Buck. Bravo, Uniform Charlie Kilo, and I gotta go away. Just got called. The boss called me. Fred, go ahead and take it. John, carry on. Nice talking with you guys. And if I finish up this chore that I got nailed with, I'll be back.
Okay, so this is Buck, huh?
Roger that.
Okay, well, your radio sounds very good there, Buck. You're in Huntington Beach with the Motorola?
Yeah, but I'm on the FT-47.
Well, yeah, but no, that radio sounds real good. It's real loud. It's real loud. It's clean, very clear. Got Presto audio there.
Yeah, well, John sounds good. That 991 sounds really nice. Of course, a Heil makes a big difference. So, before I go, John, what model Heil?
I went with the PR781. I notice a lot of people go with that PR40, but that's got such a wide range. You're just going to have to neck it down for ham radio. So it seems like the 781 is made for what we do.
Sounds good to me. Going away. W6BRP Huntington Beach.
73 Scan 6 West. Anybody there out there listening, emergency or non-emergency traffic, please break in now. Break. Get 2-meter call frequency active here again. KN6 West. Boy, there was getting a little activity there for a little bit there.
Yeah, that's kind of nice to see. Hey, I'd like to do a test. I'd like to take my radio down to 5 watts and see if we're close enough to each other. Do you mind?
No, go ahead. That's what I do. I do a lot of radio testing. It always interests me. Take it down to 5 watts. Okay, can you take it down to 1 watt? Okay, see, you gotta remember all the grounding I got, the way I got my antenna set up, the line loss and everything. You're 15 over S9. Did you hear me?
Roger that. I took it back up to 50. Does that make any difference on the signal?
Yeah, it went up, yep. Not much, because you're so loud to me on 5 watts. I'm going to take mine down to 5 watts. Okay, there's 5 watts. You hear that? You hear that? I'm getting 5 watts up in the Big Bear. Hey, did you hear that? The other station, did you hear that? I'm getting 5 watts in the Big Bear.
Yeah, I'm just picking up bits and pieces of what he did, but you didn't go down more than about 5 dB. You're at plus 60 plus and just under plus 60 at 5 watts, so it doesn't make a big difference.
Okay. Well, what was your name again, first name?
Again, this is John, Kilo November 6, Tango Mike John, here in Anaheim.
Okay, stand by. The station in Big Bear, what's your name up there in Big Bear? Oh, real good. Todd, that's right, Todd? I'm in Knott's Berry Farm. Okay, are you portable or on a base? Okay, hey John, can you hear the guy in Big Bear?
Negative. I can just hear him keying up and breaking out. I don't hear a lot of the audio.
That's what I'm talking about. Good grounding, good radios you can hear. Anyway, up there in Big Bear, you guys got 2-meter sideband or no? Oh, wow. You're sounding good here. Have I ever talked to you before? Well, maybe it was doing the phase distortion. I'm sorry about that, but I just tell it how it is. Right now, you're sounding good.
What kind of dogs do you have? What kind of dogs do you have? Wow, that's incredible. Because my dogs just came in my shack, and finally I got them under control after a year. No, it's just they're wired, man. High energy. I got a Belgian Malinois, a police she's a Marine, 2 tours in Nam, and post-traumatic syndrome, so little wired. And then I have a Siberian Husky that's all over the place. You gotta work that energy off them, and especially at that age, you gotta actually start being the pack leader, and I'm especially up there, if you're in the mountains, you gotta walk that thing at least a half a mile a day. You really do. Have to burn the energy off. And if it's a shepherd, I've had 4 shepherds that have come down here. I had an Alsatian king shepherd just a couple of years ago. I had to put it down. But, you talk about high energy dog. Oh my God. Well, you can manage that. I think you really can, and I don't know if you have a trainer up there, but even Cesar Milan's channel, 130 on my channel, good info, and if you need it, if he's not out of control, don't worry about it. That's my opinion. If he's not stirring things up and just, the problem being old, me and my housemate, is that if these dogs pull away and go for another dog, we're history. They'll skid us around the park now. And I've had a trainer come over here, Israel. He's an Israel military trainer for military dogs because the dogs get so wired. You have to really control them. You have to be the pack leader. You have to calm down. That's what I've learned. Calm your energy right down, and no matter what's going on, I'm just freaked about them getting hit on the street if they escape. But you have to calm down and manage these guys. I mean, if you're going to be a responsible dog owner, you got to learn how to control these guys. K6JQZ here, and the name here is Brian. Let me write you down in my book. I've just completed one section of my multi-tasking. K6JQZ, if you give me a call sign back, you're in Big Bear, is that right? Wow, what a beautiful place to have some dogs. You've got plenty of room up there, and I don't know what the answer is. As dog lovers, we all have different issues going on. They could be support dogs, psychologically going on. Well, who knows, right? All I know is that we've rescued these dogs, especially this husky is something I've never had in my life. And I grew up, my father and I, we bred dogs. We had a kennel when I grew up as a kid. I had hunting dogs, I had them all. And this dog, I gotta tell you, man, this husky is something else. Well, they need to understand, they take control. So what they need to understand is, I'm learning about huskies. Finally, I got this thing under control. And he was an escape artist, first off. And we built, it cost me $2,000 to build a fence. And, it's not escaped in a year, and it's calmed down. It wants to work. What's interesting about the huskies is that it wants to work. It's the same way with your shepherds. They want a signal that they want to do something. Put a little backpack on it, put some water and food in it, and take it for a walk. That's my theory. My Malinois is a little traumatized from being in Afghanistan, and it takes a little more gentle handling. They were going to put it down, okay, and I took it over, and it's calmed down a little bit, but it's still got those instincts, man. Wow. They have 225 million sensory organs. Juliet, Quebec, Zanzibar, and give me your call sign. And you heard me on the, what repeater? On what one? That's interesting. You probably knew my friend Chris up there, Chris Johansson. He passed away a year ago. Correct. He did all the chains, and he was active ham, had a repeater up there. No, I don't. S-T-U-N? Is that correct? Give me his call sign. Oh, copy that. No, I don't know who that is. His name is Chris, and is he active on the repeater systems or on the Simplex here? Found him in his chair in the morning. Apparently he died of a heart attack. He worked at the store up there. He was a legend up there in the mountains, Chris Johansson, and just a wonderful guy, just wonderful. And all of a sudden he's not active on the repeater, which seems to be happening. And by the way, the guy you're talking about, does he have a dog? A one leg, that's missing one leg? Yeah, it's not the same person I'm thinking about. Anyway, I just jumped in here, man, to give you a call. You're in Big Bear, is that correct? Give me your call sign properly again. Are you KI6? SKN? What's your name? That's so cool. I can't wait. It's probably getting cooler up there now. Apparently, quote unquote, summer's over. I used to be up there, you know. I'd love to go up there and, you know, spend maybe a weekend up there. I don't know if I'd bring a dog, but anyway, I'd love to go up there and check it out. I used to go camping up there and hiking up there, up in, what do they call, Onyx Mountain, or, Onyx Mountain up there on the top. You know where that is, right? Back in the day, actually, I'm living with my second wife, and right here in our house, she's my best friend, and we were camping up there back in the day, back in the I think in the 70s, and our tent exploded. The tree got hit by lightning, or the rock got hit by lightning, and our tent exploded. So we talk about it all the time. It's an experience, you know. I was interesting because when we parked up at Onyx Peak, I said, why are these rocks all black, right? There are no trees. Well, no wonder. You're lucky. I think we're all lucky when those kind of events happen. You know, it was, I think it was a turn-on back then, but when you think about it, you know, it was so dangerous. You know, but I love it up there. I love that energy. You actually get a rush from that energy, I think. And I'm a fire guy. I'm part of the fire network. But no, I didn't know that. But the rocks actually get hit. And our tent was between two rocks. And the rock got hit. So we got the residual lightning, I guess, flash. But it flared the tent up. I had to pull the heater out of the propane cooker out of the tent immediately, and it went up in flames. Oh yeah, it was unbelievable. We didn't expect it. What was incredible was I'm a photographer, so I was looking out to the desert, to the, I guess to the east, right, northeast from Onyx Peak, and we were just fascinated with the lightning strikes that were happening out in the desert. It was totally lit up. It's once in a lifetime visual experience, and we didn't think we were in any. I didn't speak to anybody, but it's imminent danger. When that shit happens, pack your stuff up and bail. that programmed into my rig here. And I believe it's Bob, K6HUP, if that's correct. And my call sign is K6JQZ. I'm on some of the local I haven't turned the radio on in months, to be honest with you. And it's great having your QSO. Honestly, really, thank you. It's kept me company. I'm an artist, I'm a painter, and I'm multitasking right now, so I'm actually cooking dinner, so I'm going to go back to that and bail. At some point, yeah, I'll get into the Big Bear repeater. What frequency is that again? Oh yeah, copy.
DL 131.8.
Yeah, I got it programmed into the rig here. Well, I guess we got good copy, considering I'm on a stick. Usually have a beam up, and I hit the mountain up there and blast it away. Well, it's nice to know this rig is working. Anyway, thanks for the QSO guys, all of you. Have a great, I think it's Sunday. Oh yeah, I'm here. Go ahead, your call sign. Well, where are you? What's your location and give me your name? I got KIPMDD, is that correct? Well, you're probably a line of sight about 5 miles away from me. Good line of sight. I'm up here above Cal State, LA, up in what they call the, College Hills, University Hills. I'm up at 900 feet. My antenna's about 900 feet. And I think I'm using the stick. I'm looking, my signal seems to be pretty good. So whatever antenna I'm on, apparently it's working. But I've actually disconnected most of my equipment. I'm going to get rid of it. I want to get rid of everything, to be honest with you. I've got too much junk here, and I'd like to go whatever the hippest way to go is. I don't know. KIPMD. I haven't quite gotten your name down. The name here is Brian, B-R-I-A-N. My nickname, my call sign here on the airwaves is Jacuzzi, K6JQZ. And I have a couple of rigs here. I have one that's beautiful. I don't know what the hell happened to it, but it's a classic rig. I'll give it away, to be honest with you. It's a 90s vintage Kenwood, 200 watt. It worked, but it's not I don't know. I'm not going to mess with these things. If it's not working, I'll give it away. It's got the power supplies. I looked online, even broken, they're worth $400. But sure, let's connect. If you can figure a way we can connect, I'd be more than glad to meet up with your friend and pass it on to him, because I'm going to junk it.
Oh boy, Brian,
KI6 PPMD, is that correct? And your name is PMD? How do you pronounce that? Oh yeah, copy. KI6. Excuse me. You know, I'm getting. You know, I don't have my hearing aids. I got the new generation of hearing aids, by the way, which are just mind blowing. And I'd like to get a radio system that has a Bluetooth connected to some kind of radio system. This won't work. But, oh yeah, give me a call. Let me give you my email address if you're ready to copy over.
Yeah, sure. Now,
Oh, that's a firm. Yeah. Check me out on QRZ, but that's a post office box, and I don't, you know, there's nothing registered there. But if you're ready to copy, I'll give you my, I'm not freaked out about giving my call sign over there, my email over there. Okay, and it's weird, but it's organic life form, just the way it sounds. If you want me to spell ORGANICLIFEFORM. Organic life form. That's what we all are, unless we come from some other universe. organiclifeform@AOL.com. Did you copy?
Oh, I'm sure we are organic life form scientists. And we're busy looking for the cells there. Yeah, organic life form at AOL.com.
Oh yeah, copy, good. I'm glad you copied that down. Because, you know, I got all the shit. I was actually going to get rid of it all and go to Birmingham and burn it all in a pile, to be honest with you. If you have a friend who's a ham and wants this stuff, he's nearby. He's welcome to come by, and I hope he has a pickup truck.
Well, that's the try. That's the nicest thing I ever did. You're not far from here. You're right near Calif, right?
Right above it. Oh yeah, it'll fit in the back of your, that's a great vehicle. I've got to figure out a new vehicle. I've got 2 years left on my beater. But yeah, I gotta get rid of this stuff. I've got some valuable stuff here. And, but you know, at my age, I don't have any ham friends left, to be honest with you. They're all passed away, and nobody's come through to pick it up, so I'm just at the point where I'm thinking about actually selling this place and moving to my farm in Northern California.
What kind of farm?
I'm sorry?
What kind of farm?
Well, it's you know, oh yeah, it's not a working farm. I just bought into it with a bunch of people, so I own the dilapidated dairy. I'm going to turn it into a studio, only because I'm an oil painter and my canvas is so very big. So that's the only thing I'm interested in.
What kind of radio equipment are you giving away there? Jacuzzi?
Come back again, Fred?
Yeah, what kind of radio gear are you giving away? I'm interested.
Oh God, I got a whole bunch of stuff here. Mostly Motorola. A lot of it isn't working. I've been buying estate sales for 2 years, and some of it worked when I bought it, but a lot of stuff isn't. I've got a couple of Spectras, a couple of mostly Motorola stuff, a number of scanners, old Kenwood receivers, Kenwood equipment, that kind of garbage. And I got the tech oscilloscopes, the whole enchilada, a couple of bird watt meters, which you know, somebody could have. What do I use those things for?
I'll take the birds. You got any amplifiers?
Oh no, not at all. Only power supplies. I got two Audio Authority power supplies that power the Spectras.
Okay. Yeah, the only thing I run is Astron.
Well, the Audio Authorities, I don't know if you know about them.
No.
Hey, Brian.
Somebody's calling you, Brian.
Brian, actually, I think feedback here.
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Okay, well, yeah, that gentleman, yeah, Fred there, yeah, he sounds enthused. I was going to say, hey, I like that service, but I am a big station here, but I would be interested in the camera you mentioned from my site, the transceiver. What was the model number on that?
Okay, an old man here, I gotta put those glasses on. But it worked when I bought it. I don't know what happened. So I don't. Anybody who repairs this stuff. Let me give you the model number. Okay, hold on. It's a TM 180. I can't even look at it. So it's a Kenwood TM 180. I gotta get a flashlight.
Okay, a Kenwood TM180. Okay, right? It's pretty old rig, but yeah, the rig I used for satellite was a TM2000 But yeah, I'd be interested in that. Maybe next week, I'll definitely shoot you an email and find out what is convenient for you, and I'll punt on over there. It shouldn't take me more than a gallon of gas round trip. But when I email you, I'll send you my phone number, or when you email me back, send me your phone number. We'll chat over the phone there. If you have one,
Ooh, that's you're going back in time. No, I'll have it all set up for you. I have it all in the driveway. When I got this rig, it worked. I don't know why the transmit wasn't working. Somebody has to figure it out. I don't know if the finals are burnt, but even parts, if you look online, this thing, they're just selling parts. They're selling the rig for like $400. And the power supply itself is of value. And I hope somebody would enjoy it. It's just sitting here collecting dust.
That'd be wonderful. That would be absolutely wonderful. I have a bunch of Motorola's on the shack, okay? But I was interested in a rig thing like that. And that'd be wonderful. So, tomorrow I'll send you an email with some info, and then let's get together, because I'd like to stop by and have a look. And I know Fred's out there going, oh, don't take it with me. Yeah, he's down there. Oh my God, you're giving me a heart attack. Only because, you know, I grew up, I got my license in 1954, back in the day. I built all my shit and all tube stuff.
a lot of surplus stuff. No, seriously, oh yeah, let's connect. Give me an email, and you're welcome. Come over here, take a look. Give me a heads up so I can clear the driveway and check it out. I think this, from what I understand, it can't be too complex. This is a great unit if you want to go HF. I'm not into HF. And it's a great sideband unit made in the, from what I understand, made in the 90s, late 90s, right? And the power supply itself was worth about $400, I would think. And I'd like to keep the mic, but maybe you have some. I'd like to get a 440 Motorola rig that's cool, that I could use, maybe HT. That's what I'm looking for. I want to go minimal. If I go and sell this property here, you'll check it out. I want to go minimal. I want to go whatever the minimal way to go, especially if I can use my hearing aids as Bluetooth connectors and microphone like, Secret Service. I was trained by the Secret Service. So if I could kind of have that kind of hip setup, that's all I'm interested in. If I'm out there in the woods off the grid in Russian River, what am I going to do unless I have a tower that's 300 feet tall?
That goes back to the old days.
I've got a bunch of biowares and stuff to put out and get into that, but yeah, Frank, we're working out about that, and but I'm gonna get my
helping hams. Don't you love that? No, I'm completely open to it. Hey, thanks for the comeback with all that. Let's connect via email. We'll exchange phone numbers and talk. And next week is totally open for me. And so I've got all the info. I'm writing it down on my sketch pad, believe it or not. And again, your name is Bob? Oh, and boy, do I have that going on right now. I should be actually prepping everything, but I think everybody's asleep, including all the dogs. You know, you gotta burn their energy out, man. And I think my husky's asleep in the closet. I think my guy here has got that energy, and I've never been able to do that, what you're talking about. But from what, from what I've experienced here, he wants to pull. And from what I understand, if you want to exercise a dog like this, and he's for real. I got an email back from a vet from Romania when I got this dog and posted it online. Okay, the vet wanted to actually fly the husky back to Romania. I went, how bizarre is that? But I had it fixed by then, so what do I know? But I've had dogs my entire life. I've never had a dog like this. Oh, no, they're wonderful. Yeah, Siberian Huskies, they're the sweet dogs. They're the racers. The heavy puller. But he's crying. So you had a Malinois, is that right? You had a Belgian? Wow. Because, I have a Malinois also. She's a ex-Marine who tours in Nam. And it's a difficult dog, only because they were going to put it down when I got it. And she's integrated with the family here. So that's really interesting. I'm learning a lot. I'm reading about the Belgians and how to handle them. she's the one that's actually the troublemaker.
Oh yeah. No, they're extremely smart dogs. I saw one in action many years ago on a march back when it was in the Air Force Base in San Pedro.
That's what I read about, and I've never seen this dog do that kind of action, but it's so protective, ultimately. I think this dog was trained as an explosive I got a picture that my buddy sent me, and it's sniffing through a pile of garbage, maybe even a dead creature, and it's got everything on it, including a armored vest, a vest, and with a walkie-talkie, which is on, because nobody wants to be around this guy if it blows up, and it's just totally wired, and I'm sure that's what happened. Apparently its handler got blown up from IED, from what I understand, and it got a little shrapnel in its ear, but it's been traumatized, and what they told me, from what I've been able to research, is they were going to put it down, and because the dog, when it becomes traumatized, it becomes squirrely. You can't trust it. It's just like anybody else who has post-traumatic syndrome. It just it gets screwed up, and it's still today. It just can't handle fireworks or anything like that. But it's become really, it's my girl. What can I tell you? I've had it for about a year and a half. I figure it's about 5 years old. Patrol thing. I was talking to somebody. I'm part of the Single Action Shooting Society. I restore old firearms. Anyway, she had a Malinois, and I was saying that the dog had the Malinois has 225, 250 million sensory organs. I thought it was number one for the canines to have a sense of smell, but I understand it's number 6 underneath everything from the hound dog. Who cares? But the military were interested in this guy because he can actually be trained to sense one particular scent. And my buddy tells me that this dog, the Malinois, he trained them. He said they can pick up a piece of popcorn in Times Square that was dropped a month ago by some child, be trained to actually focus on that scent. That's how incredible these dogs are. And by the way, the Marines who train this guy in Yuma, I've actually contacted them by email. Their nickname is Maligators. I'm in the middle of trying to drive this thing. A great QSO, by the way. Thanks a lot. I needed that, I think. I haven't had the radio on in a week, to be honest with you. And what a great QSO. Yeah, obviously you're a dog lover, so am I. And, you know, yeah, we would love to share. Give me a call. We'll get together, and actually give me a photo of that. If nothing else, just give me a photo. I can actually take a pic of all the gear I have. I'll put it in the driveway and take a pic if you're interested. in the stuff that I have or whatever, and we'll connect later. Thanks from the QSO man, K6JQZ, KIPNV. I'm in the book. Look me up on QSN.
Can I get my allowance?
You've been grounded.
KN6 IRV, listening in San Pedro. Kilo, November 6, India, Romeo, Victor. CQ, any station on frequency.
I am KE6 Zulu Golf Radio. Little Saigon. Good afternoon.
ZGR, KN6 IRV. Hey Dell, how are you doing, sir?
How am I coming in?
You're hitting the scale on the SICOM 2730A. All full 10 bars that show up on the little meter here are lit up for you, Dell. So it's definitely strong. The mic sounds a little hotter than normal. You got a little different setup going on?
Yeah, it's a Yaesu 400. I was maybe a little too close to the microphone. Is that any better? I'm a little farther away.
Yeah, it sounds just fine, Dell. It seems like maybe there's a little bit of I wouldn't say like radio hiss or anything, but maybe like do you have any kind of fan in the background or an air conditioner? You don't have an AC, so do you have any kind of fans running in the background?
Yeah, it's a fan because we don't have air conditioning, so I'm not worried about that. Any activity today? Any skippage?
Nope.
Dell, I've been monitoring a little bit. I haven't monitored too much. I've been working on a little different video project actually about some of the nonsense going on. So, but yeah, the normal stuff. Nothing extraordinary this afternoon.
Did you say you're working on video stuff?
Yeah, just a little a video roundup project, a little narration going on. Part of a documentary process.
Is that David?
Yeah, Fred, KN6 IRV, San Pedro.
Well, you got to do some more work to that antenna. We can wait on that video. I'm waiting for that antenna to get worked on.
Well, no doubt, Fred, and I appreciate that. You're always good at motivating me to get out and work on my antenna. Some things have priorities over others. Our path varies throughout the day there, Fred, but I'll work on it to try and make it more consistent so it's not propagation dependent. KN6 IRV.
KN6 West, well, I'll give you permission. It's full priority. Me and Dale, we wanted to work better.
I appreciate that, Fred. Yeah, you're really good on motivating, actually, Fred. I appreciate that about you. I was actually, what I did monitor today was you having more conversations with other stations earlier in the day, and it was good motivation, encouraging people to work on their radio systems. That's good stuff.
You heard me out there today, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely so. I'm usually, half the time I'm sitting at the computer, I'll have the audio on. The other half, I'm just watching the waterfall occasionally. And if I notice a station talking, I'll log it and then move along. But yeah, about half the time I'll have the audio on. Then I'm actually sitting down here at the computer.
Well, you get the station working better, antenna working better, you'll have better waterfalls.
Yeah, I agree completely. But my SDR is hooked up to my Diamond Super Gainer, and so it actually receives a lot better and seems to get better signal than my Tram 1400 that this ICOM is connected to. So two different antenna systems. One seems to work a little bit better than the other, and I've got that one on the receive end right now.
Oh. I hear Mexico coming in there.
All right, well, I'll stand by then. I'll listen up and keep my ears open. KN6OS, KE6EGR. I'll be listening for you, fellas. I'll be here on frequency. KN6 IRV.
Kilowatt Echo 6 Zulu Golf Radio. Dale, Little Saigon listening.
Yeah, Jacuzzi this morning, this afternoon, he was looking for you, Dale. He was calling me Dale all the time. I said, my name's not Dale.
Who is that?
Jacuzzi.
Who's Jacuzzi? Oh, you mean Brian?
Yeah, Brian, yeah.
Yeah, grease up the wheels. I'm coming in for a landing.
Yeah, I said, I'm not Dale. Oh, he said, you're loud like Dale, so I'm not Dale. Dale's not even my brother. Dale ain't even my cousin. I don't even know Dale.
Yeah. Who is that always calling me Dave? Oh, that's you.
Yeah. Well, I get the two D's mixed up.
Yeah, Dave needs to fix his antenna so he too can talk to somebody driving down into Ensenada.
Well, the other night when all the jamming was going on, and it wasn't Dave. I guarantee it wasn't Dave. Dave was talking to me while the jamming was on, so he couldn't be doing that, you know.
Yeah, I heard that. You guys had a nice little conversation. What were you doing? Serving tea and cookies to him, or what?
Yeah. Well, it all started way back when I met him 2 years ago. He always gave false signal reports and everything, so... Because I told him I take the amateur radio seriously. I don't give... You can kid about it and joke about everything on amateur radio. I don't care. But don't joke about my signals when I'm doing radio tests. And he started joking with my signals. So now every time I never give him a fair audio, video signal test ever again. Ever.
Well, anyway, I think it's those lewds he's been taking compromises judgment.
Well, I tell you when you're sounding loud and proud, and I tell you all the good reports I hear, whether they're good or bad, I'll let you know the truth. When I talk about your radio signals, I speak the truth. I don't pull games on that. Everybody's trying to make their radios work better. I understand that. But he jokes around with that, so you know what? I never give him a fair audio test ever again. He don't dare to ask me anymore because he knows he ain't going to get the truth from me anymore. I said, hey, Dave, you did it to me. I can't trust you. I cannot trust you on an audio signal ever again.
Comment?
Go ahead, comment.
Yep. Fred, what Dave are you guys talking about?
Oh, this goes way on back, way on back.
Fred, are you referring to me, KN6 IRV?
No, you're David. This guy's Dave.
Got it. I appreciate you clarifying it. KN6 IRV, listening in San Pedro.
No, it's Dave over there in Long Beach.
No, I thought he lived in Belmont Shore.
He don't live in Belmont Shores.
He lives there on the corner of Ocean Boulevard and that one street where that bar with the lights flashing all the time.
Dale, who are you talking to?
Yeah, that's the Dave we're talking about right there.
I'm talking to KN6OS. I am KE6 Zulu Golf Radio.
I know who you are, the kitty cat man.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, don't you live right on the corner of Ocean Boulevard and I forgot that other street and where the flashing, rotating lights are?
Affirm, I live in the gay bar.
Yeah, exactly. I thought so. I thought you were in the background there when they did that expose on how to improve businesses. And they had to be nicer. The lady suggested that they be nicer.
That was me. I had my schwank out.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about them drinks. And those stir sticks were suspect.
Come on down, I'll buy you a stiff one.
A Lupa Lupa?
A Boopa Hoopa. Can you hear Fred?
Yeah, I can hear Fred.
Kind of weak though, isn't he?
This week or that week? The other week?
Last week.
Yeah, I think that's Fred. Yeah, Lupa Lupa. I wonder if they have any finger foods there.
He always picks up the check for me at the bar.
Yeah. He picks up the check, but who gives the tips?
Fred does that too. he also licensed people there too.
Yeah, well, anywho. Yeah, one time I went by there. I lived on the corner of the Exemino and Ocean Boulevard, right across from Yankee Doodles. And I went by there with my girlfriend. I came home from this being out, and we go by there, and there's like 40 guys with T-shirts that were too tight. They're 3 sizes too small, and they're standing behind each other, one hand on the hip and one hand on the elbow, and they're doing like this choo-choo train out in the parking lot. I've never seen anything so funny.
That's the gay lifestyle. You should get used to it.
Well, I don't live there anymore, so anyway, when that place would let out, there's all kinds of activity going on in people's front yards.
That could be said about any bar.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't live there anymore. The ocean there is stagnant. They're talking about tearing down one of the jetties to let the swell come in and rinse the place out. KE6 Zulu Golf Radio.
How's your kitty cats?
Yeah, they're doing good.
Roger D. All right, I'll let you go, Dale. Go feed the cats. KM6 CNN.
CNN?
CNF.
CNF. What is that, 2x4?
3x3. KM6 CNF.
That's recent. When'd you get that one?
7, 8 years ago.
I remember buying my first sideband radio from Radio Shack, and they gave you a call sign in the pamphlet that was in with the radio.
CB radio, right?
Yeah.
I think I had ABC 123.
Where'd Fred go? Did he blow his finals?
I don't know what he blew, but he blew something.
Anywho, finally it cooled off. But down that water level, it's cool down there anyway. You know, one night we were in our apartment, and we hear something gurgling. Gurgle, 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 and I go, what the hell's that? And I turn on the lights, and the sewage system there backed up. And coming out of the shower, coming out of the sink, anywhere where there's a pipe, a drainage pipe, was poop coming up, and corn and food remnants. And after that, we moved out of there, because that was totally gross. Then I looked in the closet of the apartment, and like a foot and a half up from the floor, the walls were all stained. They never repainted the walls. That was an ongoing sewage problem. And then it was in the news that sewage in that whole street level right there on Ocean Boulevard, everything backed up into the apartments.
That's totally disgusting.
Yeah, it was very odoriferous.
Superfluously, offensively odoriferous?
Yeah, it was, and I'm thinking about all the stuff they flush down the toilet, especially after a weekend of frivolities at that place on the corner, and we got the hell out of there.
Good for you. Excellent job. Now you're in the dirt in the backyard with the kitty cats.
That's right, with the vegetables. I can roll over, pick up some vegetables, pick some fruit. Pretty nice.
And go right back to sleep.
We had the notars flying around last night. I wonder what in the heck was going on.
How ironic. I was talking to one of the notar pilots at a party last night.
Whatever happened to the, I've never heard anything about what happened to that one that went down in Newport Harbor.
The HB1 yet? No, I don't think they've released any info on it yet.
You know, there was a stolen car chase many years ago over off of, I think it was off of Jamboree and Coast Highway, Fashion Island area, when those two helicopters collided. Do you remember that?
I sure do.
Yeah, so they got the guy for causing the death of the two pilots.
They charged him with murder,
That's right.
as it should be. They should bring him up as high as a helicopter can go and drop him out.
Well, in Newport, right off Balboa Pier, a guy hired a helicopter to shoot photos. And this is not too long ago, right off Balboa Pier. And I think they were up about 1,500 feet or something like that. And the guy was shooting pictures. And then all of a sudden he just opened up the door and jumped out.
How awesome. What did it look like on the ground?
No, he landed in the ocean.
Oh, did he make it all right?
Yeah, a big splash. Newport doesn't publicize stuff like that happens, and then there was a guy on that Balboa Pier hung himself. And my friend was shooting photos on Newport Pier with this telephoto lens, and he saw that. And even more recent, there's a lady went to sit on the railing at Newport Pier, went to sit on the railing, put a gun to her head, shot herself, and fell backwards into the ocean.
Well, at least she didn't make a mess.
So there's a lot of things that happen that Newport, they don't want that to get out. I guess it's bad publicity.
Okay, I've had enough bummer news right now. I'm going to go read a book. Talk to you later. KM6, Cena.
KE6 Zulu Golf Radio.
Yeah, you ought to read a book on radio procedures, KN6 West.
Got one in mind, Fred? Oh, okay, you don't have one in mind.
Well, I have a more positive story. I picked up a little Yorkie dog from the pet shop a week ago.
With all them cats?
Yeah, the little Yorkie, he's in the house. Doesn't make any noise. And when he drops a load downrange, always in the same spot, very accurate, so I called him Sergeant Yorkie.
thought you said this was going to be positive. Now we're talking about your Yorkie dropping bombs.
Sergeant York, you know who Sergeant York is.
Yeah, that TV guy.
He's very accurate. Kind of like a Carlos Hathcock.
Alright, once again, I'm out reading a book. I got to find a radio regulation book. Cam 16F.
KE6 Zulu Golf Radio, Little Saigon. Hey, there he is. What's going on, Jeff? Are you moving farther away or closer? Sounds like you're going to be busy. I'm on that package that I bought from you. And it just keeps getting better and better. Yeah, like I was saying to somebody, whenever there's something really, really neat and unique that is absolutely awesome, they end up discontinuing it. Well, one thing that makes this radio nice is the nice display. You know, there's no pussyfooting around. But the 200 and the 300 have dinky little displays, and they're 4 times as small as this one. So, I'm glad I didn't even investigate those other ones. This is pretty slick. Long time ago at a camera store, there was a very slow motion camera, movie camera, real slow motion, like 600 frames a second. And I couldn't believe they had it, but no one knew what in the heck it was at Sammy's Camera. So I bought 2 of them. I think I may have even bought 3 of them. And right after I bought 3 of them, they were discontinued by the manufacturer. Well, they never replaced the 742, you know, with 3 bands. That would have been, no one has anything like that. But it would be interesting if somebody did make something like that. Oh, I heard about that. What, 2.4 gig and 5.8 gig or something? Yeah, I would be interested in seeing that 905 and what all... Oh, 900 I heard was in that too. Oh, that's awesome. That's kind of what happened to me. They took me out of elementary school and put me in with the junior high school. High school, right before high school. All right, we'll see you later, Jeff. I'll be talking to you. Be careful driving around and flying around. KE6ZGR. GPF, Ixnay, digital, KE6ZGR. Kilowatt Echo 6, Zulu Golf Radio, 14652. Kilowatt Echo 6 Zulu Golf Radio 14652. Anyone up and about on 6.52 KE6 Zulu Golf Radio testing? KG6 USS, how's the audio on this unit? This is a new unit. How copy? Yeah, it's the dual bander. And what's different about it? Yeah, I understand that, but how's the audio quality? I'm more interested in the audio quality. Yeah, it's different radio, different power level, but it'll have to do for now. 50 watts. Yeah, you got a little hash on your signal, but your signal strength is up. That's good. I have a fan going on in the background. That could be added to added noise, you know. I didn't know that the 991 crossband. Yeah, okay. Did it cool off out there much? Is it cooler today than yesterday? Yeah, it was pretty good. Pretty good today. Is your 991 available? Can you try 44567? 44567 C4FM? Very easy. You just go Simplex, no offset, 44567, and then all you do is press C4FM button. That's it. Roger, roger. No offset, nothing, just 44567. Yeah, it's on the mode button. Easy. Piece of cake. AJ60 KE6ZGR.
Hello, KE6ZGR. How you doing, Dale?
Oh, pretty good. Just fiddling around with the Yaesu 400 mobile unit. How copy?
It's not good? Of course, back in the ship, I've heard you sound better, a stronger signal, but you're like an S5 plus to me. I can copy you 100%, no problem.
Yeah, I'm understood. No problem. That's good. So what's going on over your way? I just talked to John over there in Phelan, and we are Simplex, C4FM Simplex, absolutely perfect on 445.67 Simplex.
Oh, good. You want to go back over there and do some more testing?
Yeah, just for a minute. I don't want to hog up your evening, and I got to get going. 445.67 Simplex. Over.
Okay, and are you going to be in VW mode or DN mode?
VW.
Okay, I'll meet you over there. AJ60, do it fine.
CQ14652. CQ14652. KE6 Zulu Golf Radio. Contact KN6 Echo November Uniform ENU Fullerton. KE6 ZGR Little Saigon. Go ahead.
What's shaking and baking?
Radio overload. No, I'm just checking things out, figuring out what I'm going to do in the long run. Oh yeah, you're fine, no problem. How many? Well, maybe you should put 4 up. The only reason why they put 3 up is because the manufacturers are too cheap to put 4. Yeah, well, even the ground, even farther down where the coax goes in the antenna, that's the ground right there. You could do it right there. Yeah, of course. I guess it's time Freddie went to sleep then. Now, what are you doing for a ground? Do you have it grounded to copper? Is that iron? Okay, so is the back of the radio grounded too? You know, everybody's place is different, and you need to make sure the ground pipe that is in the ground gets wet. Like I told you, I pee in mine every day. Fill it up, and that makes a real good connection. And immediately, I notice on 10 meters FM, 29.6 FM, I was getting 60 over reports consistently with my homebrew vertical on the other side of the United States. Yeah, it'll work. I'm having a lot of fun on this unit, you know. I'm glad I got it. I can foresee getting another one for certain reasons, what I'm going to do. I just like to have another one. One way you look at it, because you never know when Yaesu might say, oh, well, we're going to change things and make them smaller. Make the display smaller. gotta get me one of them nodes and register it and everything. So, yeah, that's what I'm doing. See, Catalina, it's out on the island there, and internet connection, you have a computer hooked up to the internet connection to the Wires X thing, you know, for your node. If something goes wrong and you have to adjust it or reset something, you got to take a boat out there. So that connection through the internet is done in Huntington Beach at the president's house, and he runs that, and that's how I got into the American link, and then that's how I talked to that guy in northern India. Well, it's the, again, it's internet out to the island, and it's better done on the mainland, and you just link it. So everything's looking good. You know, I really like this setup, but I just don't hear that many people on it, you know. I mean, on Catalina, there are a bunch of people. They raffle off digital radios every breakfast, so, but people lose interest, you know. They want to call somebody, they'll use their cell phone. Well, there's only one room that I saw, and that was the American link. And I just pressed on the screen, and the American link bar lit up, and then boom, there's all this activity. But I don't know how to unlink it. Because say you're on American link, and you got all these people talking from all over, that's tying up the Catalina repeater. And I don't want to do that and have it tied up and stress the gear out, because it would go 100% duty cycle. Well, the 448-900 machine, that's the one I'm talking about. Correct. I had to take an aspirin. My hand was hurting like a son of a gun. I think one of my kitties may have been run over. She's doing fine. I had a cat that got ran over. My neighbor ran over, and it broke her pelvis right down the middle. So the left leg would slide out to the left, and the right leg would slide out to the right, not the hind legs. And instead of going straight down and walking on them, they'd slide out to the left or right. and that was a broken pelvis, right down the middle like a wishbone, you know. And the vet told me that the pelvis is one of the quickest bones to heal automatically. And there's nothing you could do except for just take care of her and feed her and everything. And she got 100% better. And this kitty's walking kind of funny. And I think she got hurt a while ago and was hiding somewhere. And because I gave her some food, and she just gobbled it down like she hadn't seen it in weeks. I think she's going to be fine. I'm not worried about it. But yeah, I'm trying to learn as much as I can about this stuff, and then when I do get a 991, I'll be a happy camper. But I'd like to get one more of these 400s before. Something tells me that they're going to change them in the future.
I'll sell you my 91A. Deal.
How much?
I don't know, I gotta see what they're going for there. Probably in the 9 range, like 900.
Yeah, I can't do anything about that right now. It was pushing it to pull this off. To get this, it was pushing it. But I did get my Medicare card in the mail, so that's a total plus.
Did you buy a radio recently?
Yeah, I picked one up. I picked one up for my mental well-being.
When was this?
Oh, a couple days ago.
What'd you get?
The 400.
What's a 400?
It's a 2 meters 440 thing. And then I think on the 24th here, the fourth Wednesday of the month, I should get something in the mail. Through the banking system.
Who makes a 400?
Yesu.
FT400, I'm not familiar with that one.
Well, it's a C4FM. I've been wanting this thing for years. And I need, being burned out health-wise and otherwise, I needed a boost, a mental boost.
Yeah, we could all use that.
And it's helping things out, But yeah, everything's looking good. Everything's moving forward. And I don't think in the future, I don't think there'll be any issues here like what we were talking about a while ago. Where are you right now?
I'm home.
So do you have a website?
Yep. Was working there yesterday all day. Took off today. It was nice to have a day off. 6 days a week is kind of getting to be a grind, but that's how I support my family.
Yeah, that's how you need to do it. When I was making the enclosures for the cameras, which I'm going to kick back in and do that again, it was 7 days a week. to make it happen.
I'm done with that. I was doing 40 hours at McDonnell Douglas Boeing and 70 hours with my personal business for a year and a half. I did that for a year and a half. That was 110 hours per week, and I literally physically got sick over it, and kind of wrecked my body doing that at my age. I mean, I got the business going though, but yeah, it was kind of rough. And now I'm just working the business full time, which, yeah, is easier than doing two jobs by far.
Your age, what are you, 33?
Almost double that.
I just had to take aspirin because whatever that is killing my arms. The darn Moderna shots that I got in each arm has killed my hands. My right hand's much better than the left one. And I went to swat a fly away, a bee flew into my face. And I went to swat it away with my left hand, and I about keeled over in pain. Each arm still feels like I got hit with a baseball bat right where I got the shots.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, I'll catch you, Dale. Let everybody else talk. You were having a conversation. N6YO.
Yeah, I'll see you here in the future, pretty soon. KE6ZGR.
N6YO.
No, that's Joe, the Bruce Willis of Catalina. KI6RF, Point Loma, KE6ZGR. Yeah, I forgot we were on 6.52. I gotta police myself about that. Okay, I'm gonna clear out here. Paul, and let it roll and listen. KE6ZGR. make sure your volume's turned up on C4FM. I think your volume's turned down. KNU, KE6ZGR, 14652. Let's go over to the other machine. Digi. No, the repeater. Yeah, what's up? Who is this? Okay, yeah, I gotta meet someone over on another machine here. And? Yeah, I'm on here all the time. All right, well, we'll yak later maybe. KE6ZGR. Get lost, Paul? KE6ZGR. or the repeater? Yeah, the Digi. Lost again? Yeah, what happened? Yeah. Were we on 090 earlier? No, we were on 448-900. We're Digi. Yeah, so no one else could listen. Well, the reason why I wanted to tell you is I got all the satellites on my scope. There's like 30 GPS satellites. I got altitude bar graph going, and a clock. Big thing for me just to discover the satellite thing and the altitude thing. Yeah, you know, in the event of an attack by adversaries, the powers that be would turn off all the GPS satellites. All right, I'll see you later. I'm going to hit the sack. KE6ZGR.